think this one's here for recovery, but that's Craig Allen's, I believe, that's running around. Brett Dickey's Pro Trail. Our resident, ridiculously good young gun driver who is at this point winning everything, and it's fun to watch him and see what he does and how well he does. Tyler Harper's Ironman buggy. Our newest competitor, David Tollefson. TaylorMade Pools, you're live, be nice. David decided to try to jump into the Pro Trail and go straight in, so that should be exciting to see what he can do with his rig. He's got a really nice car. It's a Jules buggy, Randy Crucy's old buggy. Hemble and Dave Binkert up top checking out lines, trying to coordinate what their plans are and aren't. Logan Backus's buggy. Logan owns Roadrunner Automotive in Laverkin. His daughter passed away about a year ago, I believe. A little over that, actually. Anyway, in memory of Riley. Everybody got to meet her on the live feed down in Texas a couple years ago. At this point, I'm just trying not to get run over. Fast and Furious Pro Trail cars. Rear steer, generally all on 42s. 2 seats. Must have both seats in. 48-inch wide chassis at the shoulders, at the B-pillar. Outside of tire can be whatever you want. Portals are fine, etc. Raise this up just a little bit. Dave Wong's JHF chassis. Jesse Haynes sneaking through. Who's that guy? He's our newest rookie. That's our rookie class driver. Sportsman B, doesn't know what he's doing. John Hembles. Jesse's latest. Portals, drag axle, all Sportsman B. I think somebody this morning said if he was on 35s, he would have the same axle clearance as the non-portal cars on 40s and 42s. Morning, Greg. Ron Arch came into Pro Trail this season too. His first, well, he did Sportsman a couple times last in the past, so he's taking his Caliph chassis to see how this baby works in the rocks.
For the Western Series round 2.
Dan Melchners are not here. They are East Coasters, and this is a long drive for Charlie, and the rest of the family.
Thank you guys for coming out and supporting us early on a beautiful Saturday morning.
Good morning.
Larry's gonna compete today.
Is he?
Yeah.
What's what class?
Wandering through staging here a little bit, catching some of the cars that are staged up for the Sportsman classes. See Coulter Brassanini's laser nut hanging out up there. Some guy named Greg Higgs and some G-Spec. G-Spec! You need a gang sign. Oh.
That's right, baby.
B&B,
B&B
baby.
Racing.
B&B, baby. Oh, I lied. That's Sawyer's. Shows that I know. It's been a long morning already. Sawyer's lined up for A3, it looks like. Michael's car is just staged out here and hanging out. I think Sawyer is first up for our unlimited class drivers. If it serves me correctly, Dave Wong is last. We have 5 unlimiteds, 6 pro trails, and 5 pro mods. There are a lot. If you saw the post that was already made this morning with the running order for today, there are a lot of Sportsman A's, which is awesome.
Yeah, when everybody else starts coming down with cans and stuff, putting that crap on the motions and stuff, us sunburned boys will be just fine. Yeah, maybe ugly, but yeah, we're always ugly. But hey.
National anthem. That means we are ready for some racing. Dave Wong and Nate Reed up there discussing strategies. See Chris Poblano up there in the top on A4, kind of peeking out at things and getting his view of what's going to be coming up later. Chris is spotting for Michael Brassanini again. Michael had that nasty roll in Baghdad on that bonus line. Made a mess of his car, ended his weekend, came back and did the double win down in Texas for both East Coast and West Coast points, which is really nice when you're trying to do the point series and play the game. Dave won Baghdad, took second, and so he's got 2 seconds for East and West wins. Last year here at Cedar, it was rainy and muddy and entertaining. Morning, sir. Woo! Yay, Trevor. Trevor spotted me for a couple seasons ago. He's good. He was fun. He's spotting for Jewel Jenkins now. This whole gimbal thing is kind of throwing me off because I move and it doesn't quite move the way I want it to move. And so it can be a learning curve here as I figure all this magic stuff out that happens. I'm gonna walk over and catch Sawyer because he's up right away. If memory serves me correctly, this course has a long run just to get to the first gate. See where Colin is way up there. I'm gonna drive over some nice boulders just to get to that first gate, and then the rest of the entertainment starts. We'll make a fast rundown of what the rules look like. Short but simple. If you don't hit any cones, and you don't take any backups, and you finish on time, you'll have a good day. Your day will go better if you take the bonus lines. See how wrinkled that BFG is on that inner sidewall on that high side tire. I don't know if his rear locker's not kicking in. Most of the guys are running ARB lockers front and rear, which gives them the option for cutting brakes and more maneuverability. But air lockers, if they're not set up properly, can be a little finicky. Plenty of room on this side on gate 1. Colin runs over to double check to make sure. Progression's clear. He's cleared the gate. There's one clean gate. So he turned up, he's going to take a reverse. gonna rock down there. He's using to pinch that lower rear tire. You can hear Colin talking to him. They've got Bluetooth headsets that they communicate with to make sure that they can hear each other. And then all your communication has to be pretty clear. You've got to be spot on with driver, passenger, rear, front, locker selections, cutting brake selections. And driver and spotter work on that stuff to make sure that they know exactly what each other means when they're discussing back and forth. The Sawyer will sometimes have to pipe up with, this doesn't work, this is binding, I feel this, and Colin has to give him other ideas and explain to him over the microphone. And some drivers like to be talked to constantly. Do a little bit of a front burn to help pull the front end over. He's going to suck the front winch flat, I bet. Nope, he's back to a 4, front only. Rear tires will drop pretty square through that crack, which should make it simple enough. Yep. Moving myself out of the way. I walked these courses yesterday and I kind of know the lines, but every driver is going to do something different as they try to maneuver themselves in the position they want to be. Sawyer has his rear locker on, but he's using a cutting brake, and the cutting brakes work better if your rear locker is off, because then your tires don't just slide like his are. Things they looked at with these courses when the guys were walking them is that they were going to be time consuming, and I have a feeling Sawyer's already running tighter on time than he thought he would be. I remember this one from a couple years ago when I comped, or a similar one. Might have been these same rocks. He's progression. Now, if you look at the cones on this one, he had gate 1, which was the orange cones that he run through first. He backed through gate 2. The blue cones are, I'm not going to call them, well, they're the bonus gate. The bonus gates appear sort of randomly on course this year, which is kind of nice, because it's no longer just a gate 5. It's a bonus gate that could be anywhere on course. So in this case, it was on gate, we'll call it 2.5. Now he's working his way up towards gate 3. He's down to 2 minutes left with 2 gates left to go. So he is going to be in a hurry fairly soon to try to not cone out, or time out, excuse me. As I said, the 3 things you need to do well in this is don't hit any cones, don't back up, and don't run out of time. I'm going to move myself out of the way because he is going to be in a hurry. So he's whipping around right now. down this gate here. So it's interesting, I just heard Colin say the word driver. And in that case, Sawyer turned the rear tires, the front of the rear tires driver. It is smartest when you're spotting to base everything on the controls. He had 1 minute left when he started backing down. You still get progressions on your gates. So he made the bonus. He got progression. He's got 15 seconds left, so arguably that's plenty of time to get the rear tires through that. Yep. Yeah. All right, we're going to fade across to the Pro Trail class. I know Jewel is on course with Trevor spotting. They just went up gate 3. I think the blue gate, the bonus gate, is actually on the 5th point this time. Trevor's giving her a lineup with the hand as well as using the Bluetooth comms. Little belly hung right there. This one's gonna be a little tricky. There we go. That climbed up nicely. Watch out, Trev. Don't be in the way. Jewel has a minute left to do gate 5. They've got 4 clear, but they do have to do gate 5. Got 30 seconds left. She cleaned that one fairly simply. Now she just needs to get around a couple of these and get herself out the front of the course. She's in a hurry. Of course, there's 1 tire clear, 2 tires clear. She's golden. Nicely done. 10 seconds left. We call that plenty of time where I come from, having crossed a course with seconds or less left. All right, we're going to fade back across to Michael Brassanini, who's up on A3. I'm going to go up top this time, so pardon me while I hike. If nothing else, I definitely get my steps in today. All right, so real quick as we're standing here, let's see if I can do this correctly. See those extra orange dots? The inside set of dots is for the unlimiteds. The cone width, when they move the dots out, is for Pro Trail and for Pro Mod. Pro Trails are generally wider. The unlimited cars are generally running 65 inches wheel mounting surface, which puts them into the, we'll call it 80 for outside of tire, depending on the driver and the car and what wheel offset they run.
If you guys are not competing, please make sure you're staying on the outside.
Pro Trails generally are going to be a 70-inch wheel mounting surface. Michael's hustling his way up. He knows he needs to keep his time together because Sawyer used all of it, and you may as well use all of it. There's no benefit for being faster. So far, so good.
Oh yeah. Dave, what's that barrier?
Michael pinned that right rear tire underneath that boulder. That rear only, could have even done a cutting brake and held that left rear tire to stop and allowed the right rear tire to come up and then squared out. So that worked out well. Those rear burns are critical in spots like that. See his hand grab the cutting brake to help the car turn and hold the line he wants. By the way, it's windy today, so you're going to have some wind noise. Temps are supposed to be about 60 when we're all said and done. We'll see if that happens or not. Got plenty of room for that front tire to come up. The cones are live for the tires. The cones are live for the spotter, so the spotter is not allowed to hit a cone. So the judge yelled progression because he has successfully cleared that gate. And I appreciate any judge that will yell that information out because it's good to know when you're in the car or when you're spotting to have that information available. Sawyer dropped this one backwards. Michael's dropping it forwards. Sawyer got a 1-point backup for that when he did it, obviously. Yeah, as I was saying, as you're doing the spotting and the driving, your signals are all based on, and I heard Chris say the same thing, he says driver, and it's all in the controls. Which direction you're driving, which direction the tires are moving, etc. are irrelevant. So Michael's doing a spin up top. There is a thing called course flow where you're only allowed to go through cones. You have directionals on the cones, but in this case he can't split where I'm standing because he's already gone through the 2 gate. So he has to use between the 2 and the bonus gate, the 2.5, to make the crossover that he's making here, and then he'll drop down to the left and then pivot again. And my guess is he's going to take the bonus gate for a climb. We're doing the regular line. That bonus is a big one, and these courses are long enough. The time is critical. tough because you never want to second guess your spotter, but you sometimes turn and then feel like you should turn back when really. Yep. Michael's getting Chris in the right spot to make sure, because obviously they're clear of that forward cone on the driver's or the passenger front. Want to make sure that driver rear clears. See that bright rear tires floating in the air? Michael drop off of this one. We're going to fade back across. Dave Tollefson is over here in his pro trail in his inaugural run as a competitor. That 3 cone that they're working on missing, and the high 3 cone that he's already missed. Cleared the high one. Now he's got to rear steer a little bit to make sure that low one. All right, we're going to fade back across. Dave's working on the bonus climb on gate 3, it looks like. And is taking a reverse. Nope, he's back to the standard gate, which is fine. Doing a rear burn to level the chassis out. Right rear tire is about 3 feet in the air. That left front tire is just skating and missed the cone barely. That was impressive. Now if you can get the car to crab walk up the hill, we've talked about this stuff. Sucks the front winch flat, help pull flatten the chassis out and get it to hold. Michael just dropped the bonus on 4 forward. Sawyer had 2 backups. Michael was clean on the same set of gates. So Michael has a 2-point advantage over his son Sawyer at this point.
All right, we'll see what these guys in store here for
obviously things will change throughout the day. Sawyer's coming along as a heck of a driver. The young guns it's wild what they're able to do.
Absolutely incredible fabrication on this pro trail machine. Get ready to show off that tailor-made cool hood on this vehicle.
Dave and Brandon working together, getting everything lined up.
Keep an eye on all the tires. You can see the stereo speakers right behind the driver.
He came at this a little bit higher in the rear than what Jewel did, a little bit more to the passenger side, which was good because that kept him a little more square. Should keep him more square as he drops too.
Dropping off the side just a little bit. Gonna make the
A little bit of a burp.
Blue cone, gate number 5.
Is 2 minutes remaining.
So 2 minutes on the clock.
Where am I gonna go?
Oh, and he does get the cone for gate number 4. Trying to be quick. Just got close.
And that's one thing to remember. The cones are live from start to finish. So even if a judge or if the spotter happens to walk by and accidentally kicks a cone, like I'm standing next to gate 2, if the spotter was over here and kicked the cone, even though you're on gate 5, it's still a cone. Drop down the standard gate for the bonus, which in this case is actually gate 5. Should still have some time left, and our wind just took out barrier. All right, not bad, rookie. Not bad at all. This is what our wind is doing already. Knocking down barriers, knocking down barricades. You're right, Eric, that was a good run, especially for his first ever cone dodging day. Anytime you can get out of a cone course on time when you're new at this is a good day. I'm going to fade back across to our unlimited driver. Looks like John Hemble. John Hemble, Dave Binkard. John owns Sun Tamers, which does window tinting. Dave Tollefson owns TaylorMade Pools and does, obviously, pools in the St. George area. He's out of Hurricane, Dixie Springs. John is another Dixie Springer. Dixie Springer? He owns Sun Tamers, so he does window tinting for homes. Michael Brassanini owns BMB, and he is a house framer. And Dave Wong does window tinting on the side and helps out John, but also does it for cars as well. And he'll be coming up soon. And then Craig Allen owns Juicy Whip. I am in the way. I know all of these guys very well. I also know that they will run me over if I'm in their way. So, I need to be smart, because I am not going to play the part. As we joke with George and Laura, the whole stack rocks, not spotters. Rick Jorgensen over there. He's in a branch built. He's on the Sportsman C2 course in the Sportsman A class. Maxxis Tires. He's a Tokerville native. It's his birthday today, and it's his first competition today. So everybody wish Rick happy birthday. If memory serves me correctly, he's 66, but I think he said he's 66 for the past year, so he's at that age where he doesn't really remember or care. That's Rick Jorgensen working his way over on the Sportsman C course, C2. Sportsman A cars. Little Tyler Harper action. It's interesting, when the tires turned all the way, you really want the car to just track, but they never seem to track when they're turned all the way. So I found that straightening out slightly makes a big difference. He's drifting hard into that cone.
The lineup on the bonus line over here, the car side.
Now the question is, can he get it to that is not a front. He's trying to rear. Taking a reverse. I would crab walk the car the other way if it were me personally, and crab walk the rear if you're going to back up and do all four. Because right now he's about to pivot, yep, which is exactly what he's doing. He's going to try lock the rear, lock it. He's basically using the rear to pivot, and you can use the front and pivot down, fade back over to John. Has cones between the rear tires. He's keeping that rear turn to miss that high cone. Front slides a little bit, drops into place. Straightens the rear. Now he's going to turn passenger with the rear to clear that lower cone. Yep, he's got progression on gate 3. Fade back across to Tyler. It's kind of nice being right here because I can cover both. Tyler's doing the bonus. The hard part about this one is right here you have to crab walk, which means turning all 4 tires the same direction. Otherwise you're going to do exactly what he's doing, which is drop that rear end. He might be able to burn the rear up at this point, but that right front tire needs to be hooked on that ledge, and it's not, and it's sliding, and he's not going to get the bonus. Fortunately, the car just kind of drifts itself into position for the standard line. Is straddling that 3 cone. Tyler did a rear burn. The nice thing about a rear burn and a front burn is every now and then it'll push you back just a little bit. Sometimes that's an advantage. Not sure if it was in this case. I'm going to fade back across to John as he drops the bonus. He's got 2 minutes left. He's got a lot of time. There is no time bonus. There's been talk that would be nice. You can see that 4 cone there next to that front tire. Sucks the rear winch flat to hold the chassis level. That can prevent it from lifting. There are times when doing that makes it worse. I think this is probably a good choice here. His front winches are likely out to allow the front end to articulate as he makes the drop. In that case, that rear winch held that rear end from lifting at all. And he's basically clear. Nicely done. He's got plenty of time left, too. Fade back across to Tyler. He's working the same line that Dave did, trying to get the car to crab walk up that hill, but he's got to crab the rear to get that right rear to start to come up. There he goes. More aggressive. There he goes. I'd like it better if he was a little more. That right front tire is in the air right now. Be happier if he was a little more front end. Looks like it's going to climb. Nicely done. That looked sketchy, which I guess is the whole point.
But so far, they have been doing it.
I see our Judge Dave jogging down with his red shirt and his is that orange or yellow? We'll go with yellow helmet on. Yellow Axle helmet. Thank you, Axle, for providing those for our spotters. I'm an Axle helmet wearer all the time. Tyler's even further to the passenger side than the front than the last two cars have been. And arguably they've all done about the same thing, with kind of falling off and lifting that tire. He's got 1 minute remaining. He lost some time there. He's got 1 minute to go out and drop 5. Dropping the standard blue gate, which is gate 5 on course A2.
All right, a few seconds remaining. Pilot is beautiful. Car number 36.
The drivers do run clocks on their dash. They say to never trust that clock, and I agree, because I've been screwed by it once, where I thought I had a couple seconds left and I did not, and ended up not winning a comp, and actually Tyler beat me. He's a really good driver. And that was here 2 years ago, maybe 3. Anyway. Craig Allen, spotter extraordinaire Randall. Is Milestar Tires sponsored. Craig is Mickey Thompson sponsored, and he's got about 20 minutes on these tires and probably an hour in the car total, which is par for the course for Craig. Arguably, he goes through cars faster than most people go through, I don't even know, bananas in a bunch. It's crazy. Spotters have to start off the course. So for instance, at the start line, which is the orange cones, if they're ready, and they let them know they're ready, and Randall runs through that orange and Craig just sits there, time still technically starts. Because any team member that's on course counts for the start of time. Now, the tires of the car are what count for the exit, which is the yellow cones. So they're starting right now. By the way, the start gate cones are live. So if Craig were to be extra foolish and decide to run over a cone, that would be a 10-point penalty. Cones are worth 10 points. Backups are 1 point. Progression is 10 points to the good. Bonus progression is 20 points to the good. But if you hit a cone on a bonus progression, you get a 10-point penalty, so it basically can wash. So there are times where taking the cone is better on a bonus because you wash and zero out effectively versus hitting a cone on a normal line that you would hit anyway. It's not just wheeling and spotting and driving and all that kind of stuff. There's some point strategy that comes into this too. They got progression in the first gate. They're going to spin. They're going to come through gate 2, which is coming straight at me. I'm going to get myself back and out of the way because, again, I am just an obstacle. All right. To pivot the car back to 4-wheel drive. Good save by Craig. Glad I caught that on video. It's interesting because the rear suspensions on these are notorious for doing weird things like that. Where you literally are driving, the rear is turned all the way, and you're literally driving underneath yourself with the rear. And it gets sketchy. I've had it happen in my car. It seems to be very common with the relatively parallel upper links that most of the JHF chassis have. If you get a little more triangulation, it helps, but it still happens.
Unplug the rear gear quick, plug it back in.
Once you hit the cone, you may as well take it. Alright, I'm gonna fade back. I see Brett Dickey is on course. Brett Dickey is our, I don't know. Brett's just good. End of the day, Brett is just plain and simple an amazing driver. His dad's an okay spotter. else went up 2 and wanted to take the 3 bonus. Brett has said, because they dropped down into the hole and then came back. My guess is he's going to run this one just like he is. Straight through, nothing fancy. That's actually a really good approach for that line. It saves a lot of time versus dropping down, making the pivots all over the place.
Able to pick up 1 point over Tyler Marbury. Tyler Marbury works his way to gate number 3. Dave Paulson.
He's going to drop gate 4. It would not surprise me if he decided to run the gate 5 bonus.
On the way back up to gate number 5.
Try and step myself down here and not fall on my head. Little front only. Lets the car pull down and settle. Just like everybody else, got that little bit of a wheel lift. That cone right there is the one that Dave hit earlier that he was annoyed by, and I don't blame him. They are lining up for the bonus. So they're going to take the bonus gate here, which is a solid bit of side hill. Brett's car is a little bit on the narrower side versus most.
Greg Allen out of California. With brand new Mickey Mouse tires and Battleborn wheels right behind
Here the spotter just call out for rear only.
That car doing double duty this weekend as Little Craig running into Sportsman's side.
So notice, spotter called out front passenger even though he's backing up. Because you're still, again, working with the controls inside the car, and it makes everything very consistent.
I don't want to say exactly what I think he should do right here, but we've got some great action going on side by side here with the Juicy Whip machine trying to miss the bonus cone. Brett Dickey trying to the first point to try the bonus over here. Randall Davis. Just barely clipped the cone, but he keeps the car rubber side down. Brett Dickey all sorts of twisted up over here on the bonus line for the win.
He's got that high cone to miss.
Trying to work the left rear and the right front around a cone at the same time. Will the car settle? Matt's going out, said he's got it perfect. By a little bit of throttle right here might be a good way just to settle.
You got it. Now he just has to back out and not hit a cone, and he's got a beautiful run and got that bonus gate that nobody else has tried. That's why he keeps winning, is because he is a good driver, and he knows that car better than anybody else knows theirs. He's so good it's annoying. I know. It's embarrassing. I'm ashamed to be around him anymore. How's your mom? Texting? That's who you're texting?
Yeah. Texting my girlfriend.
Texting? Oh yeah, texting your
back in
girlfriend.
Kansas City.
Making sure she's happy.
Yep. So Boy, that was some crazy action side by side here. I don't know if you got to catch Craig over here with his crazy.
I turned my head to look, but I was too afraid I was going to miss Brett doing something
I
stupid.
know.
So.
They both decided at the same time to do something absolutely
But
insane.
I caught Craig up top doing something stupid. So
Oh.
he had two stupids.
Oh, good.
And drove
Good.
out of both of them. He just hit a cone on that one. So.
Yeah, that's exactly when we competed with Craig. That's how things went. Like
When
he
stupid
would
hit a cone?
he would get all kinds of screwed up on a course, and it wouldn't make any difference at the end. Like
Yeah.
he would still come out with a
Yeah.
great score.
All right, next victim up, Ron Arch, who is a Sportsman A driver and is bumped up to the Pro Trail. I'm probably right this way. Maybe I'll just move. Step myself across. So, first run jitters.
Oh, it was awesome.
It was, yeah, looked like you had fun.
Yeah, I'm a little bummed I nicked that cone on the way up, but
Yeah.
besides that,
You forget the cones are live all the way through.
I did, yes.
Yes,
I did.
yep.
For now. For a first run, I think it was real nice.
But once you hit a cone, you can just keep hitting it.
Am I like...
So, hit it again.
Yeah. Too much? Get out and throw it. Yeah.
Yeah, get out and throw it. Stupid cones. Do this without hurting myself. Hi, Dave Wong is up next on course A3. Nate Reed is his spotter. Ron's in a K-Lift chassis, sponsored by Sand Hollow Off-Road. And one of Sand Hollow's crew is who's spotting for him. And I actually don't know that I've met him, so I'm going to not try to guess on his name because I will forget. If his right front tire was another 6 inches this direction, it would make that climb easy because he would catch that little knob right there. Instead, the car's pushing. And this is one of those spots where if you crab walk the car, it will often climb because the rear is actually what's pushing the chassis. Little tire wrinkle. Up she goes. So the problem right now is if you watch that left rear tire, it's against the wall, so it's pushing the chassis straight ahead. It's pivoting the car the wrong direction. There he goes. I'll throw bits of advice out here because I've made all these mistakes. And that rear tire caught that little groove, straight in the rear. He can't hear me, by the way. Straight in the rear to get that driver rear up on that rock. A little more, a little more, a little more. I know, it's easy to say from here.
All right, Ron Arch going off those amazing bright red ring-fly wheels, 28 flavor.
Ron's doing a one-leg lift for us. Thanks, Ron, for the show. That may not have looked nice, but that worked out beautifully.
Meanwhile, Dave Wong on course up top.
Ron got another tire lift. He's smiling in there because he knows it's not supposed to do that.
The library on that vehicle. 142
nicely done, nice and smooth. My guess is he's going to take the standard line and do the move that Brett Dickey did, but we'll find out. Got Dave Wong on course. I'm going to move myself around and see if I can get over by Dave. Keep myself down below to where Dave shouldn't be. Ron does not have a rear winch on his buggy that I can see. And while I'm never going to say they're a requirement, they are certainly useful at times. Right here, sucking the rear winch flat would flatten the chassis out. Just feel better. Maybe he does have a rear winch. I see a bracket there. I see lines. I guess he does have a rear winch. I just can't see it because it's hidden. It's axle mounted. I'm gonna have to walk up and look because now I really can't tell. Nope, I see a black line hanging down. The winch is loose on the rear. He's got it very loose. Spotter's doing a good job. I heard a very clear stop, which is, again, clarity is critical for these situations to make sure you've got everything in the right spot. And there's all kinds of other words you can use, but if you are very clear, then things usually go well. I'm going to drift back up to Dave. Attention to make sure the top of the tire doesn't hit the cones, because that also counts. Dave came pretty aggressive into this turn, and that left front tire is scrubbing down the side. So now he's going to try a cutting brake and see if he can get that tire to pull up. It might be worth... You can't hear me, but try a crab walk. Oh, look. I can't take credit for that, but that's exactly what I would have done, because that's exactly what I said he should do, is you crab walk and it pushes the chassis and the rear of the car is pushing the chassis the direction you want to go, and that will often allow the front to climb things that you wouldn't expect it to climb, because when the rears turn the opposite way, it's pushing the chassis along that shelf, which is pushing the left front tire down the edge and not pushing it up. Long explanation for use crab walk more than you think you should.
The last drop is feathering that right front tire into the wall just a little bit, using that to hold the right hand up towards the top of the windshield bar, holding the cutting brake. Settles the car down. Nice and easy, a great job, great marking.
He's got progression on gate 1, 2, 3, 4. Now he's got to swing around and do. Oh, sorry, that was gate 3. We've got 2 minutes left, which is plenty of time to run a single gate. I see Ron Arch is finished. That's his first pro course in his pro trail. Good for him. That's always a good confidence builder. Dave's running super aggressive, which means I'm in the way. My gimbal has the shimmies every now and then. Hopefully you don't see that on the live feed. A 3-wheel pivot. There's 1 minute to drop this. John sucked his rear winch in right about here. That seemed to be nice, because you do want your front winch out. Rear steer a little bit passenger. I'm sorry, driver. My bad. Having the winch sucked in can help prevent the car from making that little step that it made as everything slides off together. He's good. He cleared the cone and he's out of the gate. That's awesome. All right, next up on our Pro Trail Series, we have Logan Backus. Dave had a clean run. Clean runs are a requirement if you want to play this game and play it well. Every cone and every backup will start to add up, especially early on. You always want your first few courses to be as clean as possible. On course, you have 10 minutes to complete the course, which when you have 5 gates, that means 2 minutes per gate, but I guarantee you that a couple of gates will take longer and a couple of gates should go fairly quickly. And sometimes it's the time just to get to the gate that takes up as much clock as the actual cone dodging itself.
All right, we got Logan Backus on course. He's got 3 wheels.
Logan's in a JHF trail. He's in trail chassis number 1. I almost picked up this chassis, but it was determined that some of the measurements were going to be less than ideal for somebody who's 6'3". Logan is not 6'3", and he fits in the car nicely. So if you notice, his front tire is climbing pretty early. If you also notice that where that one cone is, that second set of dots, the Pro Trails have that advantage with that wider set of dots. So that's where Ron Arch was able to one leg lift that rear tire and still have plenty of room to clear. There's actually a lot of room on this one for the Pro Trails and the Pro Mods. The Unlimiteds will have the cone moved in and it will be cozy, to say the least. picked that tire up and sort of moved it. If a tire moves a rock into a cone and hits the cone or displaces the cone, that does not count as a cone. However, you are then left with the judges deciding where the vertical plane of that cone is. Makes it a little bit harder to judge, but the cone position is still live. I mean, that's the best way to put it. Gate 1 easy enough. Good move. Pivots the rear around, squares the front up. Going for the standard gate. Get my gimbal to drift where it needs to be. There we go. Easy peasy with gate 3. That was smart with the rear burn too, to have those tires hanging down low and pivot across. Shifts into front only. That lets the front end climb without the rear pushing. Helps to keep the car from jacking. Or the chassis goes up because both tires are wedging themselves into the middle. Logan's wheelbase is about the same as mine. He's a bit longer than a couple of the others. He's about 112. Tyler, I believe, is 110. Jewel would be about 112. Ron, I don't know what his is, and I think Brett's is like 108. Cone and nearly a roll.
Got a little western there. He flips to the driver or passenger side.
That's a bummer.
To the driver's side. And kept it down on all four.
My guess is he's going for the standard bonus gate and not the Brett Dickey Wild Child line that he took. Logan's down and out. He's clear to gate 5.
All right, Logan's back is going to front. Cedar pulled away and Logan back.
It's Logan's first run of the year. He has not comped yet. He's taken, I'm not going to call it a year off, but a year easy. I know he'll be at the Delta Classic, which is Memorial Day weekend. Sawyer Brassanini, course A4. JHF chassis, Brannick axles, BFG Reds, Toyota 8-inch diffs, ARB lockers front and rear. Colin is his spotter. Colin and his wife are expecting. She had a t-shirt on last night that said so I'm allowed to say that in public. So for those who did not know. I don't know where the line is here, so I might be standing in the middle of it, so I will apologize in case I have to hustle. As to where Colin's going, I'm okay. Sawyer's front winch is tight. Release that, it'll help the car articulate off of that. It's one of those dumb things you just don't think of. Memory serves me correctly, this course is full of off-cambers. We start out with one on the gate 1. He's got to hang the sidewall on that passenger front tire. Front is through easy. Pin that driver's front. He crab walk right here. There we go. More aggressive with the crab walk. Nicely done. Now he's on the sidewall of that passenger rear tire, which should track up easy enough. Progression on gate 1. Front burn to bring everything down and settle it. And connection is back. Sorry about that. I dropped below a ridge and I lost myself. Fortunately, I actually looked down and paid attention for once. He's clear of gate 2, working his way up gate 3. Wind is chilly today. Piece of cake. 3 gates cleared. Nothing exciting. I have a feeling I am in the way. taking a backup right here, 1 point. But you can do this 10 times, and it's still better than taking a cone. Well, 9 times. Back into forward. Walking down the hill, front only, doing a pivot. He's got that left rear tire pinned very, very nicely. That's a really good move. That was a really nice move, but that was between gates 3 and 4. He's doing a pivot because he wants to back through. Bring myself up so I'm clear. I look at that like, that's the wrong... All right. He's going for the 4 bonus gate, but going uphill. This might be really smart. Smart for the points, that's for sure. Breakover, and he just kind of rammed it, which is what you had to do to make it happen. He still hit the cone, but that means he zeroes out, and it showed that bonus gate has potential for some of the other drivers. Man, I love the young guns and the risks they take. Colin's doing what a good spotter does. He runs through the line he wants him to take, puts his arms out and says, "Follow me, this is your mark." Hit a cone in the bonus for 4, but that means they still got progression and they still got standard gate points. They just didn't get bonus gate points. And now they're doing the bonus on 5. That's a lot of drop. Dave! Got 2 minutes left. He's got to get off this one cleanly. Dang. Got the cone, but it's still got progression. Other than the cone, that looks surprisingly stable. It's crazy what these cars can do. That was a nice run. Despite the fact that he got the cones, that was still a nice run. It's good to see him be aggressive. All right, here's Jewel and Trevor. Again, you can kind of see those orange dots where the cones have moved out for the pro trails. that rear tire get a little high on this side, and she is very close to that cone in the passenger rear. In fact, if she doesn't hit it, I'll be impressed. Still clear of it. I mean, it's close. Doesn't get any closer than that. That was impressive. Good catch on Trevor's part. Good driving on Jules. All right, she's up. She's got a gate clear. Saw all the other drivers coming up here to check out this gigantic drop that Sawyer just did. Trying to figure out how they can do it and then make it work. It's a tricky one. Because it's a belly hanger. Jules working through gate 2. Michael Brassanini up on course for Unlimited. I'm going to bank across and catch one of the pro mods. So, and then I will come back and catch part of Michael's run. Let's see who we have up on pro mods right now. Kevin and Caitlin Boren. Kevin spotting his daughter Caitlin. Max is sponsored Crazy K's. That is a stretched JHF Goat Built chassis. Saying they are struggling on time. These courses are always hard for the pro mods because they don't have rear steer. And while it's not a requirement, it certainly is very helpful. They're down to less than a minute. So gold allows to get progression gates. They got progression. Time's up. They got 2 gates. That is the joys of, well, the advantage of rear steer. So they've set the mark that everybody else now needs to beat. Here's Jewel working her way on the crossover between gates 2 and, call it 2.5 because it's the bonus. Drive the front, drive the rear. Here we go. You're dragging it right into the cone. Because one of those disadvantages to being in front only is the rear, when it's turned all the way, doesn't drive and push. You've got to have that rear engaged. Here's Michael coming up. wind. The wind makes it tough because cones move, and when you're really, 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 really close to them and the cone wiggles, you want to say cone, but it's the wind. So, hard part is having, and they've got it set correctly here. The judges are in a great spot to be able to see both. On the belly, which makes front digs a little tough, but there he goes. He's getting it to pull around. My guess is he's going to do the same thing Sawyer did. And I'm going to drop down. I'm going to drop over. Drop down between those cones and then loop around and try to make this belly breaker, because that's really what it is. This is one of those that only matters if somebody actually gets it. They got 5 minutes remaining, halfway through the course. They're going to be doing the gate 4 bonus, which we just saw Sawyer do, but he drifted into the low cone. Let's see if Michael has a better strategy. Don't hit the high cone. Part here is every time everything you do moves it, and you are hard on your belly. Sawyer shot it, and that seemed to work. Michael's already on his belly and already drifting. He's got that front winch snug. That front winch should be loose to let that front end droop. Move myself, so here's our bonus drop. Chris is standing close to the blue laser net cone. That yellow one is the bonus. The goal is to drop it and not hit either cone, and oddly enough, not roll over. The hard part is that rock, you can already see the marks on it where Sawyer hit it in the belly drug. Chris is getting well down low so we can see what's going on and give feedback to Mike. That crack is where you want to be.
How you doing? Good. Live feed looks really good.
Good.
Like,
I haven't fallen over yet, so that's a bonus.
Front's gonna
Drop
fall
this
out.
nice and easy. He needs to turn passenger with the front, in my opinion. That cage is almost a hit. no cone. What are you trying to say?
You go to Green Bay?
Heather's in Green Bay.
I didn't expect to see you here.
Oh, Heather's in Green Bay with her daughter. They're doing all kinds of...
Oh, but not you.
No.
Oh, okay.
Somebody's got to be responsible in this family. All right, Dave Tollefson, second course of his life. I believe that's a Myers chassis. It's one of their... They've done a few, and from what I have seen from the guys who have them, they work really well. I've been wheeling with Dave since he got that car, and he's done a lot of stuff with it. Good driver. And his spotter is Brendan. He's done a bunch of wild and crazy stuff over the years too. I believe it's Brandon's first time spotting, and I know it's Dave's first time in a competition for cone dodging. So there's some learning curves, because points are a thing, and as Dave said earlier, he was frustrated by taking that cone out that was just hanging out that he had no business being around. That was a good pivot. He kept that rear tire nice and clear. All right, drift myself up the crack here. Go back over and catch another Pro Mod. All right, we got the Reeves family. Jason Reeves, Jacob Reeves. Miracle Trust sponsor, Milestar Tires sponsor. Blind Squirrel Racing. They've got 4 minutes remaining, which is, considering Caitlin had less than a minute when she came up through gate 2, they've got lots of time. They haven't even got these Milestars broke in yet. This is a Charlie Vaca car. Charlie was our resident senior driver, passed away recently. Frankly, he's a badass. One of those guys that smiled for everybody, loved to wheel, loved to be in the game. And the Reeves family has taken his cars and is competing with them this season. Cutting brake. Good line. Now he's got to keep that front end over. He got a cone in the rear, but that's okay because he's cleared it, except for the front. 2 cones. Rear tires just got pinched. There's all these little rocks we see down here. They pinch and they grab and they will force you into things that you shouldn't be forced into. Very annoying. This should be an interesting one without rear steer. Gonna do a front only right here. Nope, he's doing a rear only. Nope, he picked the wrong button. Front only to get the car to lift. that turbo up. I believe that's an old Campbell chassis. So here's a pro tip: when you start a backup, back up. Don't move and I hate to say it, they moved 2 inches. That may have been enough to help. May have been all they needed. But if you're going to take a backup, take all the backup and back up. A backup is 1 point, whether you go 6 inches or 6 feet or all the way to the barrier. All right, he's getting everything as squared up as he can. Again, no rear steer, so Jacob's got to be quick on his toes just in case it gets a little too western. Jason's shifting into front only, I believe. Yep, he's going to try to pull that front end down and keep everything. Oh, dang. Nice save. Don't go through those gates. No, that's fourth. That's right, they don't do the bonus. That was nicely done. All right. That was exciting. All right, and back to Dave. I'm glad I caught that. He's working through the bonus. Again, the cones got wider for the Pro Trails versus the Unlimiteds. You want to be turning full driver in the front. Here we go. You can't hear me, so I can talk. Nice little pivot, easy enough. Make sure I've got myself clear so they don't run me over, because I see Dave looking out the window. Don't hit that cone, because he already did that once. Pops it out for a front only. Those little steps are the tough ones. Things you don't care about when you're trail wheeling that change everything when you're comp wheeling. Down to 1 minute a time. on. John Hembel's up on that sketchy bonus. And so far, everybody's taken that lower cone. See if he has better success. He's on his wheels. Car actually looks pretty good. He's going to try to drive off this thing forward. That's aggressive. Stay out of the groove. That's a bigger drop. It's more likely to pivot the car the wrong way, which is this way. He doesn't roll again. He's got 1 minute remaining. And he cleaned that. That was nice. His car's not happy right now. His right rear shock looks to be, actually all the shocks look to be a little bit of a, all right. Nice job on that bonus, John. Unfortunately, the other bonus didn't go as well. All right, we're gonna move ourselves across. Vic from, I believe it's Magic Flooring, didn't have his stickers on his car. Those are some brand new 42 Milestars that he just picked up, and I don't think he's got more than across the parking lot in breaking time. He's busy. As he put it when he was by about a month or so ago, he just works way too many hours, too much going on. Hard part with this is you end up doing a reverse and a forward and a reverse and a forward, and you may or may not still clear where you want to be. I don't think that car has the legal fit for a front run for that. Because that right front tire keeps hooking the wrong side. He's going to end up with a stack of reverses, unfortunately. That's the fun part about Pro Mod, is sometimes you just have to do things differently in Pro Mod than what everybody else does, because that's the only way it's going to work. Every time he lets loose, it just slides right back in the same spot. Doesn't have to put it in, lock the rear and let that rear end climb. Okay. Grab it forward, bring it up. Harper's on the course that I'm standing on with his big trail. See Craig Allen's getting lined up on the Unlimited. got a minute left. They're having a tough time. These courses are always hard when you're in a pro mod. Tyler Harper making the cut. So it's interesting, John had that rollover on A4, but really all he did was hit a cone, which everybody else has hit that cone already. So that was irrelevant, because the rollover isn't negative points unless you can't recover from it. Here, Tyler and Holt giggling, so I don't know what's going on here. Here, Victor timed out over on the Pro Mod course. Tyler's doing a curl. I'll just dance around him. Notice that front tire stayed in this groove, or pretty close to it. That's critical for making some of these. You use all those little bits and all those little edges you can find to try to keep the car where you want it to be. You straighten the rear a little bit there. That helps prevent that one leg lift that we've already seen a couple cars do at this spot. Front only to pull it up. Nothing to it. You do a rear only, one tire rear only with the cutting brakes. Drop your front end in too quick. Oh, there he goes. Yep. Spinning himself around for the gate into three. Doug Allen's not on course yet. Tyler's got 5 minutes left, so plenty of time. He's had a clean run so far, which doesn't surprise me. One leg lift there. chassis unloads are unnerving. And make sure my live stays live and I don't walk out of the signal. A nice crowd here today. Spectators and cars all milling around. I see we got some food. One of our sportsman cars busy working himself. A couple of sportsman cars. Make sure my live stays live while I drop myself down in. Got plenty of room in the low cone, but the low cone's not the concern yet. Rear winch I saw. He might be in front wheel drive. Personally, I prefer 3-wheel drive on these, but every driver kind of has their own thing. Nice and smooth, just drove it down. Nothing to it. It's kind of nice too when that exit gate's lined up square. All right, let's bonsai back up the hill. Try and find an easy line where I don't hurt myself. Drift over here and catch a bit of Braxton, who's working gate 1. So far, the smoothest I've seen on any of this stuff has been the Reeves family. I think being a little smaller has been helpful. Braxton does have the ability to run 2 different sets of links and drive shafts to extend his wheelbase. Hit the cone with a tire. Now, honestly, that's good. If you're going to take the cone, you want to hit it with the front so then the rear can go anywhere it wants to go, and you're basically going to 3-tire it. So at this point, it doesn't matter if the tire with the rear goes over the cones, which it did, or if it goes somewhere else. So you got a clean 3-tire on that one. We'll drift back over to Craig Allen. As Braxton gets up the horsepower. All right, back to Craig. That's our plan stand. Here we go.
I don't think you did it. 5 minutes.
Craig has 5 minutes left. He has 4 bonus to do, and the bonus 5 gates left. on your wheels. That's considering you rolled over, the car still looks all pretty good, except for a piece of panel that's cracked. But that happens. Having rear steer issues, probably from the rollover. Something may have gotten pinched. Okay, yeah, he's having issues with the rear steer. That's a bummer. It's definitely something you've got to have for these. So, back, we get a different view here now with Brett Dickey. Nobody has tried the bonus on this gate. I don't know that Brett is either. Based on where his dad's standing, he's not. Brett has had an extremely good winning season. I know I've mentioned that already, but I'm going to mention it again because he's just that good. Area BFE win over at EJS. WERock's win. Needs a turn to front. Yeah, that was a late turn, no offense. Maybe his dad's just trying to make it challenging. I believe that Brett will have wrapped up the Western Series Points Championship after today. And will have wrapped up, well, Western, maybe not. He'll have won Nationals. No, he should win Western and Nationals. He's got wins. He got a win in Texas, so that's points. So he got East points. He won in Baghdad, won in Texas. He wins here. You need 3 wins to wrap up a series championship. That might put him in Nationals. I don't know. I guess I have to look at the points. I'm not an expert at this, clearly. But they have been talking about bumping into Unlimited after this, which is the next step up in classes. And that car would be good at Unlimited, and Brett as a driver would be ridiculously good. Looks like Dave Wong is next up for the Unlimited course. I'm going to drift over and catch Brett on this drop.
How much time?
He's got 5 minutes remaining. mean, he's got time to run the course again. Can you run it a second time for more points?
Half of your competition.
See George Lehner over there in his Pro Mod. Falcon Tire sponsored. Working on gate 1.
Set it down in that gully there in my jacket if you would.
We've done this one down and up before. I recognize this one.
Yeah, right there.
The hard part is when you, when one tire steps down, if they don't land evenly, man, that car settles nice. This kid's going to Disneyland. He is good, good, good. All right, over to George and Laura. This is our Stack Rocks Not Spotters group. A couple years ago in Baghdad, Laura lost her balance. George drove over her, and then they got married. Now she stays out of the way a little bit because she knows better, and George pays more attention because he knows better. They relocated from Colorado to Cedar City, so they are locals. This is their backyard. And you see those goofy looking wings at shoulder height on George's chassis? Those are required because his car is only like 8 inches wide right there. They have to put those on to meet the 48-inch minimum. He's like 40 or 42, super narrow. But the class rules require that he be 48. He got those JHF bypass shocks for his Christmas, I believe. I mean, why wouldn't you? Propane powered 22 RP, propane powered 22R motor. Manual transmission, that is not common in competition. You have to take it back up there, it's just not going to get any better. All right, I'm going to walk across and catch our new rookie driver over here. Sure. I want to catch our rookie driver over here real quick.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Got a rookie driver and a rookie spotter. I almost put 4-to-1s in mine, and then I decided I'll stick to the stockers for now. Maybe I'll switch it later. Kind of nice. I can catch 2 Pro Mods, or 2 Sportsman classes.
What do you think's more important, knowing how to manipulate your car or knowing how to play the game in WERock?
You gotta be good at both.
You gotta
Going
be
to
good at
succeed,
both.
you have to be good at both.
Yeah.
Now if you just rear steer,
Yeah.
the joys of new tires that aren't broken in yet. You saw that on the video, but Rich actually grabbed some sand and threw it on the rocks. That is perfectly legal. You can't bring a broom out there to sweep the sand off, but if the sand needs to be put there to help things spin, you can do that. Jesse's doing a 3-wheel drive. It's a little early for a front dig, in my opinion. UTV class going on up there. All right, Jesse's making this look boring. That doesn't surprise me. Do you have a sandwich with you, or?
I do.
Okay.
You want me to take over for a while?
Sure.
Take a break?
Sure, I can take a break
you
for
go
5. Swap you out.
Yeah. Jesse's using all the area that he has down here on the bottom side to get turned around. Rich is going to grab a rock for that left rear. So since they alright, they've made it around that lower number 1 gate. Since they dropped down out of 2 bonus over there, they've got to head back up that direction to rejoin course flow. Headed up to gate number 3 over here. I talked to Jesse a little bit earlier. He said he was there is at least 1 bonus that he was not going to do, and I'm thinking this is probably that bonus. It's really hard to get lined up. It's next to the banner. So I think he's about 109-inch wheelbase in this Jeep, and that would be pretty difficult to get lined up for the drop and risk rolling. He definitely doesn't want to tear this beautiful looking Jeep up that he just built. Gonna start pushing a little bit with that right front. Jesse's going to front only. Able to slide the rear tires down through gate 3, already in front wheel drive. Allowing to get set up for gate number 4 here. Got Ron Arch up top over here. Beautiful day here at Three Peaks. Sun is shining. It is a little bit breezy. going? Right next door, Nate Reed stacking a rock, Dave Wong getting ready to make the bonus drop over here on course A4. Uh-oh. There's too much action for one spot. Ron working his way into a crazy three-wheel. All right, Davis. Dave is upside down off the bonus. Probably gonna need recovery there. Meanwhile, Ron Arch. Ron's got it settled down. He's got that front diff open right now. He's in front wheel drive only, but able to shove that tire underneath the undercut here on the rock. Spitting one out of the back right there. Absolutely punishing this car, pushing it through this course. Again, Ron, one of our Sportsman A competitors, making the transition now to the Pro Trail side, using that Sportsman program for what it's for, to learn how to play the game. A lot of these guys, most everybody out here, are incredible drivers.
1 minute!
You got to learn to play that game. And that's what the amateur side does, allows you to get in there, learn how the game works before you get on the big obstacles. And looks like the right front field has let go had just a little bit too much bite. So that will be time for Ron Arch. Car number 723, sponsored by Sand Hollow Off-Road. Helping with recovery. We're watching the recovery here of Dave Wong. Got Caleb and Woody working on winching him over here. He is upside down in the crack. Unfortunately, just had the front tires, as they were backing off there, had the front tires turned the wrong direction. Wasn't able to save it. Beautiful Sportsman A-Class car over here. Car number 223. Super cool wrap on that. Wow, Logan Backus. Dave winched back over. Wind is starting to pick up. Cedar. This is just known as another day up here in the spring. We've got the Pro Trail class coming up next on A4. They're finishing up on A3, and then got Jewel Jenkins over there out of Farmington, New Mexico, waiting on her turn to take on A4. I want to thank Maxxis Tires for their support of the 2025 WERock season. aesthetically, Dave's car looks really good. Don't see any damage to the tube work or the chassis or anything. But definitely hydrolock the motor there. They're gonna have to pull plugs and get this thing cleared out to be able to see if they can continue for the rest of the day. But very defeated Dave Wong right now. He was putting on a good run.
Oh, right here.
How you doing, buddy?
You know, it's Saturday. Just out
Yeah.
there having a leisure drive around the block.
There you go.
You know, hanging out.
Out having fun.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right on.
It's the name of the game. Just have fun.
How's your day going so far?
One cone.
Yeah?
Yeah. On accident. I did.
Yeah.
I did. I didn't think it was going to go that way. The car literally went bip and then went bow.
Yeah. Well, it was an awesome save.
It was, yeah.
So,
That will happen on those, big jobs you got there.
yeah. So, right on, man. What do you think of this course?
It's long.
Yeah.
It's definitely two people now. One timeout broken, and you really got to strategize on time.
Yeah.
So, we can see it's done. 2 other cars have done it. So, just take your time, kind of,
And hurry up.
and hurry up. At the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how long it takes to inhale a hammer.
You don't have time to be in a hurry.
No, you do not. When you're in a hurry, that's when mistakes happen.
Yep.
So,
Calm and collected and
exactly.
having fun. Right on, man. All right, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, Logan Backus getting ready to take on the A3 course here. Last in the lime green race line wheels. Well, that changes things. Yeah. Oh. Picking up some speed here. Flexing that car out through the little notch on the backside. This has always been a very difficult course here at Cedar City. All the cross grain that runs through this thing is super cool, way off camber. that big wheel stand out of the rear. Logan's got the left front hooked over on the rock. And that's just to bring about that transition to get lined up for gate 5. All right, Logan, back and forth. Front and rear transfer case. He's wanting to get the rear end spun around here. He's going to start pushing on this right front. I'm going to switch back to front only. All right, going to have to take a reverse here. Take another reverse and reposition. That's a good course.
That goes back to the phrase, take all the backups. If you're going to back up, back up.
Get your money's worth out of
Yep.
it.
That's a point worth.
See people take these backups and they're like, not that much.
Yeah, why are you moving an inch? Move 6
Yeah.
feet. It's the same penalty.
They normally take another one right
Logan has made it through the blue gate. That's still gate 5, but just not in order.
It's gate 2.5.
Yeah. Well, how's things been going today, Woody?
Good. Haven't fallen down.
Good.
Haven't injured myself. I haven't been run over. That's always key when you're either videoing or anything else, is to not get killed. I've only ran out of Wi-Fi signal once.
Nice.
When I ran over that ridge over there and I got down to the bottom, I'm like, oh, that's not where you want to be.
Yeah. Well, we've been checking in. It's been a little while since I've checked in online, but a lot of people watching. Really appreciate rockcrawler.com for helping out with the live feed. Wealth of knowledge as always.
I'm lucky because I wheel with many of these drivers and many of these cars, and I know them well. I know all the goods, all the bads. Not many bads to know, really, but Logan was laughing earlier in this week. He was busy fixing competitors' cars for his own class.
Yes.
He's like, how's this work? Am I supposed to make them better, or should I?
Yeah, he had to do a portal box, swap out some gears in a portal. He did a transmission for Crystal Hansen.
Yep.
Logan heading over into that bonus 4 drop. Logan, one of only a couple cars to finish this this course over here. So great job for those guys. Pretty uneventful.
Uneventful, my favorite term for traveling.
Yes. It has not been an uneventful day. We just, Dave Wong is now rolled over in the first 3 events of the season.
Oh, that's right.
So he has unfortunately kept his streak alive, not one that you would like to have.
John Hempel had a nice rollover to his wheels.
Yeah, saw Craig Allen. Craig Allen's been putting on a show today as well.
Snow show and a bit of a smoke show.
Yep.
He was having rear steer issues last I saw.
And his main goal is to conserve the car for little Craig to drive in the sportsman class. So
oh, well, there's that.
yeah.
So they're using the same car even?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Same car. That car's getting double duty, so it wouldn't surprise me that they put the focus more on the sportsman side.
Yes. Looks like Craig has had a couple of rough ones on the side. All right.
Well, Woody has had some lunch.
I've been rejuvenated. I had myself a nice burger and some fries and
Done a recovery.
did a recovery.
So even though you took a break.
Took a break and I looked up like, oh, break over.
Yeah. Well,
Funny
we
how that
appreciate
works.
it. So if you need anything, don't hesitate to holler.
All right. Thank you, sir. Catch you in a bit. All right, let's meander our way across. We have Brett busy figuring out how to do the line that nobody else has done, which he will, because that's what he does.
Gotta do it.
It's annoying, but impressive at the same time. All right, we got Kevin and Caitlin Boren. Caitlin driving, her dad Kevin spotting. Maxxis Tires Crazy K's, they are Hurricane based. Car was built special for Kevin, who's like 9 foot tall. Not really, but he's tall. JHF Goat Bill with some extensions added to make some of the tubes longer for his legs and headroom. They switch off driving and spotting. Caitlin's gonna come up nice and high, get the back end position. She's got the rear locker off. Playing with those cutting brakes. Take a single reverse here. Again, 1 point for a backup, 10 points for a cone. So your odds are smarter to take 9 backups if you can clear a cone. She stayed in forward there. Now she's gonna do with the backup. She's got a cutting brake held high in the rear to help the car pivot and not roll over, not roll over, not roll over. Okay, so that's probably going to be another recovery. Jake? Jake!
What's the rear end?
boss back on this, and I'm going to go get my car.
Caleb is on his way to help as well.
Swag for this event, or just keeping it inside to the wind?
Yep, just inside.
See what happened?
Yep, she rolled over. I'm thinking we're out of battery in the gimbal, maybe.
Could be.
It says it needs to reconnect, but it just,
Okay, let's just take it off.
okay.
We got a red symbol on battery, so I would assume so.
Okay, I'll go plug it in.
Okay.
Well, it's on, but the battery's red.
Recovered here. Be able to get these courses back going here. We've got Caitlin with the first pro mod up on A3, and now we've got Jewel Jenkins up on course for A4. Sounds like Dave Wong has his buggy back going after taking a roll off the 5 bonus here. Puffing some smoke out, clearing out those cylinders. Just burning some oil that went over into the top of the motor, into the pistons. We've got Jason Reeves and Jacob Reeves up on course next in the Pro Modified class.
That is wider.
That is wider.
Where the gate is.
Yeah.
You take it, we lost your gate.
Yeah. It died. Did you have a charger?
how Jewel and Trevor are doing. Working gate 1, making it look pretty simple. She turned pretty aggressive with that front there, but that's going to work out well. Keep them positioned for the next drop in, for the next stage. Tight on that cone, but did not hit that cone, which is awesome. Nope, they can't do that. This is another one of those where you crab walk the car and it'll push the chassis in the correct direction, because right now it's shuffling the wrong direction. Come on, baby, climb. Worked out well so far. Straighten out. Start running low on time if they're not moving. All right, so they took that cone, which makes sense because eventually time is your enemy. Jason driving, his son Jacob spotting. They are clear of gate 1. Working on gate 2. Looks like they took the high cone or it disappeared, not sure which. I'm going to try something that might fail, but I'm going to rotate this phone. Oh, yeah, look at that. Much easier to hold, still gives you guys a horizontal shot. Feel that wind hitting the microphone and blowing on everything. It is breezy. Took a backup. Jason's going to keep the front end high on this one. Run that tire down the crack. Try to keep that belly just off the bottom. Yep, that rear tire came up. Hard part with this is that front end drops and it gets sideways quickly. And letting the magic smoke out, that's going to get expensive. Shut it off, Jason. Yep. Heck of an effort. That was going to be a tough one. Since nobody's running for a car, I'm going to run for my car. No, because if it doesn't push, it's going to get...
You think he's the older son?
And appreciate the assistance.
How do I get off course?
Dave Tollefson on course right now. Taking the standard 4 gate. 1, 2, 3, 4, yes. The standard 4 gate, because everybody I've seen so far has not made the bonus gate. You could argue that if you take the bonus and you take a cone, you're still better off than taking a cone of the standard, but it cleans it. It doesn't roll over, which has happened. Looks like he cleaned that gate clean. Nicely done. Make sure we're out of the way here while he comes up, because thank you. Lined himself up for the standard gate bonus gate, gate 5 on this course. You can hear that wind. Big step in the front, make sure your front winch is out so the tires can reach. Make it look easy. Control the rear so it doesn't step too hard. Nicely done. It's third course of comps ever. He's got it dialed. All right, I see Brooklyn Maxfield over there. Her dad Ryan. She's got some cool multicolored wheels on her JHF single seat car. See Tom's old car up top up there. I don't know the current owners. Drag axle. It's another old school, really cool build when you look at it. A lot of old school designs on it. We got rid of the flames that were on the hood on that red car. All right, drift myself back down to the left. Victor's working his way up. So he decided to drive up and then back in and then drive up rather than try and go over that boulder that isn't rear steer required, but it certainly makes it easier. That's the fun thing. You start doing these courses and you look at all the ideas people have and you get dozens of different ideas, some of which work really well and some of which you stand there and go, and sometimes those are your ideas when you stand there at the end and you're like, oh, that was really dumb. What was I thinking? They had the idea that they would miss that rock and they're end up in it anyway, but nope, that was Tyler Harper is up next on Pro Trail. He's got an Ironman with a new Ironman chassis built as a two-seat, but they originally were designed as a single seat. Tyler did his as a two-seat, and Matt Jory did his as a two-seat. Tyler's on course, but I'll wait till he comes up behind me here before I think he was in the exact same spot he was. Grabbing rear only. Oh, you're grabbing front only. Not sure he meant to do that. Kind of love it when you fall off a cliff and all of a sudden your exhaust makes more noise. Unfortunately, I have about 10 backups. Took both cones. $20 points and 10 backups at that point. All right, I'm going to fade back across. Got Tyler and Holt coming up. got 6 minutes left. Easy, and he's got lots of time left.
I think it's getting a little tippy.
Nah, he was fine. He didn't feel fine, but he was fine. Sorry about that. I'm trying to drift myself back into the shot. But this app doesn't really show it live. It shows it delayed. So I move and then it reacts.
3 minutes.
He's got 3 minutes left. He's trying a big bonus. So this is the one that 3 minutes remaining. This is the one that Dave Wong rolled off of. Tyler is front engine and doing this forward. Now, if he wants to play games with Brett Dickey, this is what he's got to do, because Brett's going to do this, I guarantee it. Nicely done. All right, Pro Trail's doing stuff that the Unlimiteds didn't do. It's pretty wild. I don't care who you are, that's a big drop. I'm 6 foot, and I'm now looking up another 2. All right, cool. Braxton Coleman in his Pro Mod, Milestar Tires sponsored Cedar Racing. He went straight up the gut on that one, which I think is the better option for even for the drag axle cars. Sorry, went to grab my sunglasses, it's getting sunnier, and then suddenly I drift away. Braxton's looking good on this one. Clean, no cones. There's nothing wrong with that. Dickey is up next on Pro Trail. I'll catch Braxton here for another. This almost looks like one where you just simply decide, am I taking the upper cone or the lower cone? Now the upper cone has been blown into the bottom because it's windy and cones don't like wind. He's got a good angle, it looks like. Looks like he may be able to clear everything. Hard part now is getting that rear to track and not drift. That was nice. Nicely done. Braxton kept both tires high on that rock, which makes the drop steeper, but means you're not going to lose a rear tire or both. The goal is to drop evenly, and he's pretty close to dropping evenly. It's really hard to argue that. It looks like that rear tire is probably going to clear those dots too. The front's good. That counts as a reverse. They marked it. I saw the judge, even though it didn't go anywhere. All right, he cleared that one. Nicely done. Brett is on course, so I'm going to drift over to him here in a minute. Looks like they're going to back down through gate. Well, who knows? Maybe they're going to spin and drive down it. Yep. One of the hard things to do with all of this is to not move too much, because your spotter's often expecting you to move an inch, and suddenly you move a foot. That, at the end of the day, that ends up being a lot when it comes to the positioning and trying to get the car lined up in just the right spot. It's all about baby steps in this game. Braxton's dad drifting through. Hi, Aaron. It's always tricky when there's no cones to see. All right, he's clear. I'm going to move over to Brett because Brett is on course. Brett did a loop and he's going to try this bonus crossover that nobody has gotten yet. But if I had to place bets on somebody being a combination of skilled and lucky enough, because it is a bit of both. Sucks his front winch flat to flatten that chassis out to keep it from leaning. Brett just turned 16 a couple of months ago. He's catching the sidewall of that tire. Yep. Car slid, chassis slid. That's kind of what we've been seeing from everybody. Try and get some perspective here so we can see what a giant drop this is. He's got 5 minutes left. This is another course we could literally run the course a second time. Another Pro Trail car doing unlimited things. Loving it. Love it. All right, George and Laura are on course. I don't know where. Laura has entered the course from the back, which is perfectly legal. Gives her the opportunity to kind of stroll her way up while George is going to bonsai up the flat spots here. Flat's all relative. George, give us a little bit of sky hook there. Come on, buddy. Let your rear winch out. His rear winch is tight. And that is something that he can't see and Laura can't see, but you kind of have to. And he's letting his rear winch out. Well, that's good. Playing with the front. See the front going up and down as he kind of sucks and releases that front winch. You see if that'll help. Apparently it did because it gave him a better spot. There he goes. Keep digging it and getting it. That'll burn those new tires in. He just put those on. I think he was out here last weekend burning balls trying to get the edges on it. It's weird because you buy new tires or you get new tires and you spend a bunch of money on them because none of them are cheap, especially the stickies. And then you promptly go and try to burn all the edges off so that there are none. And then they're good for about halfway through that process, and all of a sudden they're too bald. Tires on my buggy are not too bald because they're still working, but I've got new ones waiting because I know they're getting close. It's taking a single back up, that's okay. Reverse is only 1 point. Keeps that passenger front tire up nice and high. Hard part now is you're trying to steer when that driver front tire is pancaked against the wall, and they don't like to steer against rocks, which is weird. Let your front winch out. Maybe it is out and I just can't tell. It doesn't look like it's out. Oh, he's got it. Got the hook. Now he needs to rear steer driver. Nope, and the rear steer just made it worse. It's a joke on drag axle, guys. Basically, you're going to 3-tire it, so he's really got no choice at this point unless he really wants to take some backups. Which he's going to try. Nicely done. Duck a barrier here. George, I have no offense, I'd have gone a lot further forward than that. Although he may be just planning to take that cone just cause. Sorry, fade myself back up. Four and a half minutes left. He's trying to get the rear end to drift over. He's got to lock it though for that to happen. And there's times when you can turn his front wheels like he is and it'll shove the rear, which it kind of is right now. See, if you look at that, he's wiggling the front tires and the rear is sliding sideways. Took the cone with the right rear, or what would have been a cone if the wind hadn't knocked it over. I drifted myself off and out of the way. Unlimiteds are lining up for A2, their last course. George is lined up for gate 3. Let's get the same line Braxton took, which I think is a good line because that keeps the rear end nice and flat. Front end drops fairly level. Keeps you from unloading. Keeps it square. Good line. Same one Braxton took, but a very good line. All right, now I'm going to drift across. Sawyer and Colin coming up with plans. Sawyer says, this is what I want to do. Colin says, all right, let's see if we can make that happen. And then, wait a minute, what about this idea? Oh, yeah, I hadn't thought of that. Or I did think of that. I think it's a bad idea. George is making the climb up so he can go down the final gate 4. He's going to back down. Front engine cars, because the weight is in the front and the weight bias of the car is arguably generally 60%, 58, 62, somewhere in that range. Single seat cars will vary, and I know some of those guys are fairly low on front weight bias, like in the mid 50s. But that weight bias is a disadvantage when you're dropping off because your back end gets light. It doesn't stay controlled because he can steer. Get myself the other side of this barrier here because he can steer with the front. He can save the front as he backs down like he just did, which was beautiful. And he's got time remaining and he's exited. Nicely done. A couple of cones, but still nicely done. No part of these courses is easy when you're not able to use rear steer. Is that your friend?
That's, don't spot him.
Spotting's overrated.
What's all this spotting going on around here?
Yeah. Who are these other people?
Nobody helps me when I'm crawling.
Because we know better. There's a video a while back of Nate. New trail called Easy Street, which was not easy. He got in there, rear steer, McKinley Ironman chassis anyway, and he's all bits of, it was ugly. He's on one tire at one point. So he's fighting it and fighting it and fighting it, and the rest of us are just standing up there watching him, and some UTV folks came up and walked up to us and looked down at him and look over at Maddie, and they're like, is that your friend? And he's like, yeah. And they're like, are you going to help him? No. So that's kind of become the new joke. And Nate tends to take some fairly creative lines anyway. He swings down from Idaho and spends a week at a time, and it's fun to watch. Great driver, but very unconventional when it comes to what line he chooses. Oh, and if maybe another video that you saw not too long ago of a car that tried an obstacle and then backflipped and landed on another car. Well, that was him doing the backflip, and that was my buggy that he landed on. No damage to either one, but still very entertaining. All right, so Sawyer and Colin have got a game plan. The judges have got a water or a Gatorade or something to keep them going. Tour over to a couple of our sportsman class cars, because this little corner's nice. As I can see, oh, nice bump. was well done. It's like short wheelbase and 37s for this one. Couple of vendors on hand. We got some soft serve. Actually, probably not a bad idea today if you keep the wind out of it, sand out of it. A little barbecue. We'll hang out here and catch some sportsman action. Gate 1, Gate 2, I don't know what gate they're on. Rear winch to flatten that chassis out just a little bit and keep it controlled.
Do you have a media badge?
This is the official live feed. So. I appreciate that they yell at me for not having a media thing. This is a big drop. Nicely done. Clean. All right, that was well done. That's impressive for a short wheelbase. Now, fade across the other side here. These guys are about to have the best course of the day right here. They got really mad at me in Baghdad a couple years ago. Mostly because at Baghdad I showed up and then they probably had their worst week. So. It's a good turn though. A little bit of a teeter-tatter. Nice and controlled. Lining himself up for his next gate. I can see a cone on the right-hand edge of the tire. He's got to square up next to that boulder from what I can see. Spotter's down giving guidance. Looks like this is gate 4 from the cone. That rear winch slowed down a little bit to help get everything lined up and square and keep it that way. Keeps the back end from unloading. He's in 3-wheel drive. There's the drop, the belly slid, everything stayed nice and planted. That's the only tough part about sucking the rear winch is you lose traction in the rear because the rear tires may or may not touch. All right, what else we got? Oh. Laura Nance from Sand Hollow Off-Road in their single-seat car doing Sportsman A, I assume. This is Laura's buggy, and Steve is the owner of Sand Hollow Off-Road, and you get that husband and wife dynamic. I've been there, done that. It really wasn't that bad, but doing a little bit of rear burn to position that rear a little bit. Rear burns and front burns are not negatives when you're doing stuff. Oh, do like only if you back up. So as a good idea to try to get things to slide a little bit. I don't know if they may be trying to do this as drag axle. So in Sportsman A, rear steer is permitted, but it is a 10-point penalty. So if you can do the course without using rear steer, you give a 10-point advantage. Now, when my wife and I did Sportsman A in Texas a couple years back, I basically walked up to the judge, said she's using rear steer. We're here to have fun. We're not doing front digs. We're not doing rear digs. We're trying to make this as simple as possible. But she didn't have a lot of seat time in the car. That also meant we had to get creative with a couple of our lines to take bonuses, because otherwise you just simply couldn't get the bonus. All right, change our view a little bit. Here is you've got that giant boulder that I'm guessing has been moved, that is off to the right front of her car in view. Straighten out. Steve can't hear me, but Laura can't either, I guess. Yep. Straight ahead, get that tire to come up so it doesn't drift. Everything came up nice and square in the rear. Those little surges are tough to control. Her legs are fully extended in that car. Again, they're using headset comms. Most of the teams do your own headsets. Cena's a real popular one. There are a couple others that are very good. I see Kevin and Caitlin across the way. They're on course A4. I am standing on C2 right now, watching Laura and Steve Nance position themselves for a drop. Looks like they got it. All right. This wind is annoying, by the way. I'm going to drift myself down a little bit. Oh, Steve and Laura coming up climb. They're doing a front burn. Takes a reverse. So how's your first ever competition on your birthday? You haven't
Really
gone?
good on the first one. The second one I took 2 cones.
Okay.
No rear steer though.
All right. Well, that's good.
That
That's
one I made clean with 3 back ends.
okay. Nice. Nicely done. Having fun? Good. It's Rick's 66th birthday today, I believe. Thank you.
Did you? Did
Yes,
you get
I
his name right?
just had you up there. Full articulation, all balanced, everything's nice and smooth.
Nice. Thank you.
No mistakes. Looked good.
Thank you.
match or beat is the goal. So if the first guy does something really heroic, like Brett Dickey did in Pro Trail, then the rest of them have to look at that and say, oh, do we want to be heroic or do we want to finish? Nice and smooth. You did a great job with that. Somewhere there's people who put this event on.
Who?
Exactly. The WERockers. We have our WERockers. Sawyer had a nice run, conservative, but nice. Nothing wrong with that.
Yep. You know what? He's not working on the car. And he's finishing courses.
He's not wrenching. He's not upside down. These are a few of my favorite things.
Yes.
Mr. Brasnini. Got here. All right, another. So Craig Allen's car is doing double duty. He's got little Craig running Sportsman A, and I guess Big Craig, Dad Craig, running Unlimited. Craig is spotting for little Craig in Sportsman A, and Randall's spotting for Big Craig in Unlimited. Did you get all that? In that Moab car. Looks nice and smooth. Got the cone. That's a bummer. Trail car versus being a narrower width, and by full width I mean 85, 88, somewhere in that range. Nice. What did I miss? Did I fall off the live feed?
The YouTube is still going,
Oh,
but the Facebook's is not.
well, that's weird.
Well, YouTube's still going, so I may just say that's probably pretty good. Otherwise,
Here, this is what we call picture-in-picture.
Picture, yeah.
I don't know what you pushed, but now I can't see any video.
Oh.
So which means I don't know what I'm actually shooting at. Cool, thanks.
Yep.
So again, Unlimiteds have narrower gates by a cone width. We'll call that 8 inches because that's about what it is. And because of how the rear was pushing, that's what forced that driver front tire to do the leg lift. Now he's able to keep that other front on that rock, keep it balanced. I don't know if I would have done that for that very reason, but he got a lot. That step was minimal. Gate 2, piece of cake. Now can you figure out the bonus on gate 3? I'm going to walk up. I would like to think they have a bonus plan. They don't. Tough part with the bonus with this is that you've got to drop down into where I'm standing and then come back up to it to give yourself a shot at it. I assume that's the bonus. Yeah, it's got to be. Judges are doing a good job of calling out remaining time. It is sometimes hard to hear because you are so focused as a spotter and a driver that even when they're right in your ear, you just miss it. I think that's what happened to Dave and Brandon earlier today when they ran out of time dropping a bonus gate. I think if they'd have known that they were out of time and could have heard, I heard it, then I was behind them, but I'm not focused on the car. I'm focused on what's going on, so. And I'm just. Everything looks good. The judges go ooh, and I went ooh because he was close to sliding to that right rear into the cone. Sticking to the standard gate, just driving it down. They've had a good day. They're probably comfortable in position because with Dave's rollover, that's going to hurt him. Even though it was on the last gate, it still points out. John's rollover didn't hurt him, but he had a cone or two on that course. Part of it is also playing for the next day. So you have to decide, is playing for today the smart move? Or do you want to play for tomorrow too and get yourself set up for a points advantage for the following day? John Hemble and David Binkert up next here for. John bought that car built and then has modified it for comp use. There's a lot of things that you think of when you're in competition that you don't think of when you're building a trail car. And switches and accessibility and visibility and ease of access and ergonomics and blah, blah, and blah, which is a lot. And then he added the magic shock setup that Jesse has, which allows him to extend and relax the shock levels. So you can literally jack the car up, straight up. One axle, all four, doesn't matter. Corner by corner. That's advantages on some of the belly hanging stuff where you'll have a tire that's touching but not really doing much. You might be able to push it down and get that car to release and move forward. The hard part with that is in order for it to recompress, you either need the weight of the car on it, or you need your rear winch or front winch to suck that pressure away and pull that axle back and pull those shocks down. Jesse Haynes and Chris Poblano discovered that, well, knew that already, but discovered that the hard way when they were in Baghdad, no, not in Baghdad, in Rangeley a couple years back. And Jesse got all positioned up, made a ridiculous climb, used those cool, because he was the only one who had them at that point and they were new, relatively. And got himself all positioned, extended his shocks, did all these cool things, starts to drop off, and his rear winch was not locked in. And he ended up rolling. Probably the only time ever that I will have more points than Jesse in a competition on that day. Cutting brakes, front only, lock her off, yep, 3-wheel drive. So he's doing a pivot to get that tire to climb as early as he can. He's got a little wedge for the front tire right there, which helps, so it helps hold that. He's straight in the rear right now, straight in the rear. Nope, it's gonna go up anyway. You can see how that rear tire is scrubbing across that rock face. Says it's not going to climb, it's going to shuffle. Looks good. Making sure his rear winches and front winches are out, because this is a balancing trick. Lock the rear. He's using those extendo shocks. Did you see that? He pushed that rear shock down to release the chassis off that rock. Now he has to be able to bring it back in. He released the rear on the right side as it came up. Then we just got to get the other side to release. That was a perfect example of the extendo shocks and where they can really come in handy on certain situations. Now officially in the way, so I'm going to get myself clear a little bit. Front driver, hook that point in the right front. Left climbs, right front's got a good hook. Drags the car up. Use the sidewall on that right rear. Scrape it across, straighten the rear, step it. Full turn and burn. Stepping across for standard gate 3. We've had a couple try bonus gate, but nobody's done bonus gate. Right front tire's getting all squishy and pushed into the rock. Got crab walk right there. It's exactly what I would have done, because that pushes the whole chassis towards David. Arguably, when you've got the weight on the rear, that's what's pushing the chassis up the hill. The front is steering, but not as critical. I made that quick and dirty. I like it. I'm gonna drift around for a different view of this drop. They've got 5 minutes remaining. They've got gate 4 bonus. See John's tire come into the show here in a second. Here's his high cone. Tire comes up that little step. He's crab walking just ever so slightly. I am not a fan of my position right now. Sorry, camera guys always look for an exit strategy. Been doing this too many years. Car settles nicely. John's got some rubbing in the back. Sounds like a drive shaft squeaking on something that it's not supposed to squeak on. Happens. Again, taking the standard 5-gate, half gate, whatever you want to call these. What are we calling these? Should probably find out an official terminology before I just keep blabbing about them. He's only got 2 minutes left. You better hurry to make the exit gate. Right? They do that sometimes, or a lot. Walk across and we're going to catch Little Craig on a Sportsman A course. Spotted by his dad, who I'm not going to call Big Craig, but you can kind of guess what that technically is. See Brian Jensen over here. He's in a custom twisted chassis, not a twisted customs. He had a all whatever in Trailbreaker at Trail Hero this year, and his cage is all bits of no longer square. Craig and Craig, the Juicy Whip car on their new Mickey Thompson. The advantage here is a nice narrow chassis. Hey, how you doing, Ron Dog? With the house, I didn't even know. There's a litany of things. Waiting on a couple of permits to get figured out. We got some things figured out. We're trying to figure out power changes and just more money. Money. Oh, shit. Well, he knocked one cone off. You can see how fun his main line pillar, that bar is supposed to be straight from his shoulder going back. The back of his chassis took a hit. Now the impressive part is that's a Sasquatch Motorsports build from many years ago, an early one, and it still functions just fine, despite the fact that it's literally been beaten within an inch of its life. Did you see me live feeding you?
I did.
Thank you for not making any mistakes.
I tried very hard. I got nervous when you showed up. There he is.
And then all of a sudden you put a tire way up in the air. I'm like, oh, that's a good photo. That's awesome. It's fun to catch some of the sportsmen finally, even though the pros are still out there screwing around. Oh yeah. Drift across the course. I see our new Sportsman B rookie is coming through. Trying to do this and not kill myself, sorry. Rookie driver, rookie spotter, brand new car. I don't know that either one of them really know what they're doing. Jesse Haynes and Rich Klein, never heard of them. Rich builds this event called Trail Hero. Jesse builds these things called portals. I think we're at the 10-year mark on portals. And they have rewritten rock crawling. And now there's new things coming out that are still rewriting rock crawling, but definitely some neat innovations. As he's driving a drag axle LJ. We'll put it at LJ because it's long wheelbase. I do know my Jeep parts and pieces and whatnots. got an ARB in the rear, I can tell that, based on that move right there. Three-wheel drive is a thing in pretty much every class. But when you already have so many disadvantages by not having rear steer, you need to get every advantage you can. So adding rear steer, or adding cutting brakes and a rear selectable locker is always a good idea. It's lined up for the bonus. Chassis slide just about right. Have completed the course. Let's get back over here and check out the Winters family. I understand that somebody had prom this weekend and had to skip. Battleborn wheels, Maxxis tires, and I believe they all run the Honda motor. Don't quote me on the model number, but everything I have heard about it is impressive. It's a pretty cool little setup. They're running JHF portals. Honda K24. Don't quote me on that. This is clearly not Kendra. Suck the front winch down to flatten everything out. See, Dave Long is trying to work that bonus gate over there on 3. Course A2, gate 3. I'll swing to him here in a minute. All right, sorry, got to drift to Dave because he's doing that bonus that nobody else has been able to make yet. Front winch all the way out. Crab walk from right there. Nope, crab walk. Other crab. I'm just telling you what I see. Nope, that's gonna do it. Maybe. I still think a crab walk right there is a smart move. Trying a little front dig to get that front end to pull around. He's gonna have to wiggle the rear if he wants that to work. Problem is that left rear is pinned. He might be able to stop settling. Alright, I'll move over there. I'll try and do this and not fall on my head. The hard part is the crack that he's in. I'm going to get it. But every time he touches something, that front end slides. He's going to try a front burn again. And it actually hooked. Stop. Tough one. Dave. All right, that was a tough one. How's Maisie doing? Good? Yeah.
Yeah, we went up a little right around 1.
Cool.
Checked on her.
Awesome.
Then took her out. She didn't have to pee. She just wanted to cuddle.
Yeah, that's typical her.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh yeah, it's a good view. All right, Dave was the last car for Unlimited. I'll be honest, my voice is a little tired. And I think I'm due for some more water and all those things. So I'm going to sign off from WERock. Thank you for watching the show. I believe YouTube is still active. I've still got a red light on somebody. We'll call YouTube active. See you tomorrow. Again, this starts at 10 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. We'll probably take a pause between the main feed and the shootout. The shootout is, we'll rough guess it to 3 in the afternoon, but it may be later. You just never quite know. And thanks for watching. WERock Live, Cedar City, Utah.